Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call, from quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends. He cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 6.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We are reaching you live from our studios on Soup News TV. I'm Oyinpriye Kromale. President Bola Tinubu, October 8, inaugurated the $400 million Otakikbo onshore crude oil export terminal in Rivers State, the first new crude export facility built in Nigeria in more than 50 years, developed by Green Energy International Limited in Ikuru Town, Andoni local government area. The terminal is the country's first wholly indigenous onshore crude oil export facility since the Forcados terminal commissioned in 1971. The terminal has an initial storage capacity of 750,000 barrels, expendable to 3 million barrels, and a loading capacity of 360,000 barrels per day. It is also expected to ease crude evacuation bottlenecks, reduce production costs, and serve over 40 stranded oil fields. The Nigerian National Insurance Commission, NICAM, has revealed that over 1.47 million smallholder farmers in Nigeria are now covered under agricultural insurance schemes aimed at reducing farming risks and improving productivity. The Commissioner for Insurance, Olusegun Omosheyin, said the coverage driven through the Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending targets 3.6 million farmers by 2026. It disclosed that 250,000 farmers were insured in the second quarter of 2025 alone across 8 states on the Federal Agricultural Insurance Program. Omosheyin expanded that agricultural insurance is boosting yields and building resilience among farmers. Insured rice farmers in north-central Nigeria recorded 11% higher yields, while insured ginger farmers in Kaduna received payouts after losing over 90% of their crops. He said livestock and encroachment insurance in Sokoto, Bauchi, Adamawa, and Plateau states has reduced farmer-herder clashes. Omosheyin called for stronger cooperation to fully implement the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025, which seeks to modernize the insurance sector and strengthen protection for farmers nationwide. Now, Nigeria's trade with other African countries grew by 610 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, reaching 4.82 trillion naira compared with 4.21 trillion naira in the same period last year, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics. The growth underscores the resilience of regional trade despite the weakening naira. The expansion was driven mainly by exports, which rose sharply in the second quarter to 2.97 trillion naira from 1.98 trillion naira a year earlier. Imports also increased to 1.82 trillion in the first half of 2025, up from 1.13 trillion in 2024, leaving Nigeria with a trade surplus of 2.99 trillion naira. When measured in dollars, however, the gains were less pronounced, with total trade valued at $3.13 billion, slightly above $2.89 billion a year earlier. Analysts said the naira's steep depreciation has inflated naira-denominated figures, masking weaker real trade volumes. Still, Nigeria remained the next exporter within Africa, even as trade with the United States continues to weaken due to new tariffs and policy shifts. Africa Communicate marked its 5th Industry Day and Awards ceremony at the Odeya Event Center, Onikon, Lagos, celebrating the progress of Africa's video game and creative technology industry. The activities of the 3rd of October 2025 marked the 5th day of the event. The founder of Africa Communicate and the convener of the program, Michael Oscar Esio, highlighted the platform's 5-year journey in nurturing African talent, promoting local creativity, and building a sustainable gaming ecosystem. He commended the collaboration between the government, the private sector, and creative entrepreneurs during the driving innovation and youth empowerment across the continent. The Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology were thanked for their continuous support, including the corporate partners such as Providus Bank and Korakbe were also recognized for their roles in Arc Pitch, a competition that helps studios pitch their projects for mentorship and funding. The event brought together developers, investors, and policymakers to discuss ways of expanding Africa's digital creative economy. The ceremony featured exhibitions showcasing innovative video games, animation projects, and tech products developed by African creators. Panel discussions explored strategies for sustainable funding, the impact of technology on creativity, and the need for structured industry associations. The event concluded with networking sessions and awards to outstanding contributors, reaffirming Africa Communicate's commitment to driving growth in Africa's creative and gaming industries. Now, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC Plus, has approved a modest oil production increase of 137,000 barrels per day beginning in November 2025, following a virtual meeting of 8 key members nations, including Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, and United Arab Emirates. The decision reflects a steady global economic outlook and healthy market fundamentals marked by low oil inventories. The group said the adjustments will come from 1.65 million barrels per day voluntary cuts announced in 2023 with room for gradual restoration based on market conditions. OPEC Plus reaffirmed its commitment to market stability, promising to monitor supply closely and ensure full compliance with the declaration of the cooperation. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Coming up shortly is Souk Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Souk News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souk News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souk News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souk News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Souk News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Sokor Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Sokor SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Sokor SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Idupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought...
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
Hello and welcome to your regular staple. This is Souk Business Landscape, and you're reaching us, and we also reaching you live from Souk News Television. Wherever you are, this is the capital business center of West Africa. This is Lagos, and it's always a pleasure to have you on this program. My name is Jus John Rogers Jus, and today we will be looking at farms. We'll be looking at what's happening with the 2.5 billion investment that we are looking forward to getting from Brazil as it concerns birds, chicken, rearing, and what's coming from that particular aspect of it. We'll also be talking to issues raised by the former CBN governor, now royal father, Sanusi, as it also concerns women in business and access to finance. These are things that will also get us on and biting as we also talk about digital currencies. Yes, you heard me. Bitcoin surged past the highest it has ever been for a very, very long time. That is an all-time high of over $125,000. How are we playing? Where is it happening? What's happening? So ETF is pushing this. Yes, we know. We'll also bring that to the table and talk about it. Remember, this is a table that has become a living thing. And we will talk. Businesses, development, how is it pushing? Money, how is it moving? Who is making, who is losing it? We will talk, and we also want to hear from you. So go to our social media platforms and follow, like, and most importantly, share. Drop those comments. Let's join this conversation. I'm not alone on this table today. I have the fair one with me. So, Your Excellencies, this beautiful Monday, join me as I introduce once again the fair one. Oyin Prayer, good morning.
Jus John Rogers Jus. I was going to ask, how was your weekend?
Short,
but you sound so boisterous, agile, and very much alive. So it doesn't look short. But for you out there, how was your weekend? Short, like Jus, or? Yeah, well, short. So for me, I thought like the weekend was like 2 hours. There's no rest. You know, you're supposed to rest during the weekend. You keep running up and down. Then we're back here again, and it's good to be right in your face. You know, when we are not on set, we're always thinking about you.
Oh, that's serious. Okay. That's nice. We go straight to our first story for today, and that has to do with the royal father himself. He came out to say some things that have always been there, issues that we need to tackle and directly deal with it if we need to go forward as a nation. Now, he's saying that we should disclose loan volumes to women-led businesses. That's coming from the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II. He has urged financial regulators to require banks to publicly disclose the volume of loans granted to women-led businesses. He emphasized that such transparency would promote inclusive financing and help bridge the gender gap in access to credit. Sanusi made this appeal during a goodwill message delivered at the 3rd Gender Impact Investment Summit held in Lagos on Thursday. The summit also featured the launch of Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap 2025 to 2035, a strategic initiative aimed at advancing gender equality and social inclusion over the next decade. Sanusi's call highlights the crucial role of financial institutions in supporting women entrepreneurs who often face barriers in accessing credit compared to their male counterparts. By mandating disclosure, regulators can encourage greater accountability and foster a more inclusive financial ecosystem. This move aligns with broader efforts to enhance gender equality in Nigeria's economy by ensuring women-led businesses receive fair and adequate financing. Sanusi's message resonated with summit participants who recognized that promoting transparency in lending is vital for empowering women entrepreneurs and driving sustainable economic growth. Now, if we follow this chain of thought, the population of women is well over 49.4% of the Nigerian population. And if we are looking at growing, this is a factor we must, with capital letters, we must not let lay low, because it's been there for a very, very long time. The women, they are major drivers of the economy when it comes to small businesses, small-scale businesses. Let's not even talk about taking care of the family. That is just completely out of it, because they hold that sway. But when we go to our market, when we get to our small businesses, the higher population of people there are majorly women. Why do they have issues in getting funding?
It's quite a big one. I think maybe we should work towards inviting the Minister of Trade and Investment, or Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Agriculture.
The first happens to happily also be a woman.
Yes, for the Ministry of Trade and Investment, Madam Jumoke, I think. So, women accessing funds for their businesses. You know, some time ago I spoke with Madam Nima. She is CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Credit Registry, and their line of business, responsible for giving credit access to Nigerian businesses. They profile businesses based on their credit reputation, and seem to, present them in a more acceptable way to organizations and institutions that are disposed to giving credit to businesses. And so those businesses, whenever, either be it a man or a woman, or any business that wants to access loan, and you go to any of the banks that you want to get loan, if those banks are affiliated, or if they can have access to the document of the credit history of that business, then they will be able to, advance credit to you. However, if it is coming from credit registry that I mentioned, because it has to do with the reputation also of the organization that is presenting the credit history of a businessman or an organization to another organization that has the wherewithal to give loan. Most Nigerian women that own businesses at that level that you mentioned, small and medium-sized enterprises, one, a larger percentage of them are not aware. They are not informed. They go by what used to happen in the years past, that when you go to some of these institutions or some of these banks or microfinance bank, as the case may be, and you want to get loans from them, they tell you to go and bring land, they tell you to bring cars, they tell you to bring collateral, which you do not have, and you want to access those loans. So they were kept back, restrained from making that move. And it is a good thing that this study has been made. According to MasterCard, about 83% of women accepted entrepreneurship because they have access to this data by virtue of the, what they advance to promote businesses or to finance businesses at that level. They have that. But if you look at it differently, the gap is not that wide. About 48% of men own businesses. Guess what is the percentage for the women? 40%. Then 12% is owned by other, of course, that they be a man or woman, but they're owned by people who do not actually fall into those category of the SMEs. So let's just say, if you look at it, every 1.2 men that own businesses, you have your one woman that owns business.
Yeah, but now they own the business. How easy is it for them to access credit lines,
a large
funding?
Chunk of them are not aware. Others who are aware, they've been meeting some bottlenecks. One, it could be that they do not have some of them will meet by that collateral request from organizations. Others, they look at the environment where you run business. They look at some of their overhead costs, and if they are going to access loan from credit institutions, and some of the terms and references that are placed before them, they have to make their own calculation within the time frame. If with the harsh business environment of the country, will I be able to recoup this money to pay back? And in the case where I'm unable to meet with the specific time for me to pay back this loan, what are the consequences awaiting me? Is it going to lead to the folding up of my business? How am I going to, move past these consequences? And the other aspect is fear.
Fear?
Yes, fear. Because it takes, business is a risk. And by the time you calculate all the expenses that you need to pay, that you need to shoulder, including your overhead costs, to run on a daily basis, and you start to look at power, you start to look at the little things that should be readily available to enhance your production capacity, and you see that these things cost a fortune. And you have competitors in the industry. You have competitors who have a larger chunk, who have a large financial chest that can shoulder all this.
So if I follow your submission now, you are saying that the ladies, the female, our women, our mothers, they take less risk than men will do.
Well, I would say yes. They take less risk than men do. But for
less risk or less calculated risk, because men will just get in headlong.
Both are also the same.
Okay.
Sometimes
let's bring it up.
Sometimes some men don't even calculate; they just jump into it, and by the time the consequences start tugging on their jacket, they'll be like, "Oh, I didn't consider this. Oh, I didn't consider that." But should that be hindering people from going into business? No.
Okay. We have Mukhtar Amin. He's joining us via Zoom, and he is on the other side of the globe. Mukhtar, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Happy to do this morning.
You're welcome. Now, we are here and we are looking at the submission made by the Honorable, His Royal Highness, Mohammed Sanusi II, and he is saying that, hey, banks, financial houses, make it open. Let's get to see the amount and quota of businesses that you finance that are women-based. And now we're asking ourselves, why do we have less women having access to financial credit? Majorly, yes, we know we have a cultural issue where collateral is needed, and most times women that are not that high up there when it comes to how big their businesses are, they don't own land in a lot of cultures. How do we start breaking this? Should we go by what the former CBN governor is saying and say, hey, banks, earmark this for women-led businesses and let us get to see
it? Thank you very much. This is a campaign that's been going on for a little while, from 2020. There have been deliberate efforts to champion this campaign for women equal access to funds, not just loan, but even venture capitals. Venture capital is a situation where people put money together and just look at a viable business and put the money into the business, which you don't need collateral, there's no risk. It's simply just saying, we believe in your idea, we want to buy shares into your company. So even for venture capital money, that you don't need collateral or any security, chunk of it goes to the men-led business. And it's nothing far-fetched from our religious and cultural belief as a people. So when people see women business, they feel like, oh, you still, you are restrained by your husband culturally and religiously. So people cannot a lot of people cannot solely make business on the merit of a business of a woman. They feel like, okay, there is an invisible director, which is the man in your life. And even when you don't have a man in your life, culturally and religiously, we see those kind of women as being unstable. Like, oh, why don't you have a man in your life? And there are other factors. People generally think women are the weaker gender and they can't run business properly. But over the years, if you look at the banking industry now, most of the banks that we have, about 8 or 9 of them, are run by women directors right now. If you look at the entertainment industry, one of the biggest movie makers at this time in Nollywood, Ebony Life, is a woman controlling millions of dollars. She's the first Nigerian to set up a Nigerian cinema in the UK. So women are proving themselves every other day to say, and there are several other businesses from microfinance to tech that are championed by women. They are proving themselves to say, hey, we can build business, we can make money like the men folks. And what are the solutions? Solution is sensitization, this continuous campaign that we're doing. And few financial houses, for example, Access Bank, FCMB, and I think Wema Bank, they have a program tailored for just women, meaning they set up funds to say, hey, only women can apply for this fund. This money is for women led businesses. And not every loan in Nigeria today requires collateral or houses, because I'm a business person myself. So a lot of these new generation microfinance bank, all they need to see is your cash flow. So if you have a business, you're doing well, be you man or woman, all they need to see is, okay, let's look at your uh, business accounts in the last 6 months. So they look at your average cash flow every month, and they use that to say, okay, if you are making 1 million naira sales every month, if we give you a loan where we ask you to pay 500,000 or 300,000 every month, you won't have a problem doing that. So they say, okay, just move your business account to our bank. Let's see this cash flow for 6 months or 1 year. See that you're actually making these sales through your business account. And they give you a loan, and they structure it for you to pay based on your cash flow. So times are changing. It's not every time they ask you to go and bring your grandfather's land or go and bring something that you don't have. So we need to continue to do this sensitization that women can run businesses. And there's also a survey by the cable that says only 16% of the women-run businesses have a business account. So if you don't have a business account, that you can't show a track record of what you are doing, you can't get access to loan. They say women rely solely on ajo, that is informal. So there's no way you can prove that I'm making X amount of money. Venture capitalists, like I made reference to, cannot put money into your businesses if you don't have, a reliable data to say this is how my business is doing, as well as these both microfinance bank and proper commercial banks. They need all of this data to be able to access your business, to be able to see, okay, if your business is healthy enough to, take the money that you are applying for.
Okay, while we look forward to having more women in business, not just growing, but also being added to the Forbes list, is not just a man's world. We have a whole lot of small scale businesses in Nigeria here, majorly dominated by women.
Yeah.
Now, Mukhtar talked about the microfinance and talked about the ajo. The ajo is a cultural kind of contribution where people lump money together, and per season, per month, or per week, somebody takes what is put together. Can't we have a way where we formalize this ajo kind of contribution? Because I know I'm trying to get my head around it. A bank tried doing it at a particular point in time, where we get this ajo into the system, where it can also count for this micro business women that are in that kind of contribution. A bank and a microfinance bank tried doing it some time ago. I need to research to know how far that went. Okay. That way, that can also count for them as in bookkeeping and as an ability to access more finance. Mukhtar, can you help us quickly on this?
Yeah, a couple of banks are already doing, like you said, couple of banks are still doing it. But a lot of women in the rural areas and majority of the women in business are the market women. So if we are talking about women in general in business, about 80% or 70% of them are market women. And so we have educational constraints. Some people have cultural constraints of not trust in the banking institution till now, because until when Obasanjo did the banking reform, bank used to collapse and people lose their money. And there are so many people in businesses that still have this trauma, and they still have this culture that has been passed down, like, oh, you can't trust this bank, especially the uneducated market women. So even with the reform, and that we understand that, oh, there's a government insurance for all our deposits there. Whatever happens to a bank, we always get our money. A lot of women in the medium scale in the markets don't trust the bank. Even in the north, especially in the north, is worse. You don't want to have an idea of how much people just keep in their houses. They don't trust the bank because of education. So when the government say, hey, there is a national deposit insurance, your money is safe, some people don't trust it because of what has happened in the past. And the past is not so long. We're talking 26, 27 years ago, because Obasanjo came into power in 1999 as a democratic president, and that was when he did the bank reform. So we still need to continue to do this sensitization for women to say, hey, the bank is safe, put your money in bank, and these are the benefits. And also, some of these women, they'll complain about excess charges of bank. And so they'll tell you that, oh, if I put 10,000 naira in the bank, by the time I need it, I'm only getting about 8,500 because they've taken a SMS charge, this charge, that charge. And so these are where government too needs to come in for the banks to, soften their pedal on charges, multiple charges that we are all going through. So this affects, small scale businesses, because if they have 10,000 naira in bank, how much is possibly their profits? Most of it is capital. So by the time you charge them too much, is a problem. So we just need to continue to sensitize, and we have to encourage banks that tailoring programs and putting funds together for women-led businesses only. And we need to continue to shine lights on successful business led by women, for us to unlearn the fact that for people that think women are lesser gender or weaker gender, that cannot run businesses like men. One of the richest women in this country, richest people in this country are women. What's her name? This woman in Alakija, yes, and there's Shagaya as well from my state, Kwara State. She's also a millionaire in dollar. So we need to continue to show these people as role model, because even the media is a problem too. So the most successful, the most popular women in the media space that young girls get to see, we know them. I don't need to mention names. So we need to shine light on these successful people in various fields, be it as a professional, engineers, doctors, and in businesses, so that the society, we all need to unlearn the way we see the gender, so that we can take them serious in the boardroom, and take their application serious when it comes to business funding and partnership.
Okay, now you've mentioned boardroom. Let's now go to big businesses. We've seen a lot of women-led big businesses. They might not be that global businesses, but we've seen major women-led big businesses, be it from the market, be it import, be it export, be it agriculture, be it even in the oil industry. Now, this same issue is what we are going to ask. Are they having or facing the same challenge when it comes to accessing major funding for their business, like their male counterparts?
Okay, so for big businesses, there's a trajectory that they normally follow. And when those big businesses, when they launch out, you see that they don't have to go through the order of trying to create a business account. They know that those are preliminary conditions. They created it. They form some form of the board. They form, they get a name. They get an accountant, and they get some specific and critical officers that would run the business. So to that extent, some of them even go as far as getting counsel and advice from some of these financial institutions. So they've already established a link. They've already established a relationship that will not only that will not only give them access to credit, but those relationships are themselves credit providers. And some of them I think about 40% of the current population of women that own those large organizations went through those routes. But where they meet the bottleneck or barriers was that sometimes women who are engaged in the 9-to-5 job, most of them engage in the 9-to-5 job, and because of their resilient entrepreneurial spirit, they find a way to engage in like what we call a side hustle. And as time progresses, because they find themselves in a populous environment, their side hustle of trying to sell consumables, trying to sell other things, seem to grow to the extent that it will grow more than what they have been making in their 9-to-5. And some of them have been able to establish big companies through that means. But you know what? While they were running those businesses, those side hustles that eventually became big businesses, they didn't take the initiative to open business accounts. And even though lots of money has gone through those accounts, it will be in their name. And because it is not in a business name, subsequently, when there is a need for them to really go big, they find it very, very difficult, because the banks and the financial institutions or the credit institutions are looking at, okay, the name of the business and all of that, except you are able to convince them that, oh, I have been running this business account with my name, and if you can go through this record and the bank statement of this specific account, then you'll be able to, make your decision whether to give me a loan or not. So that is a thing for us to consider. One other thing, to the question that you specifically asked, I don't think so, because I don't think the financial institutions are biased to gender before they give out loan. What they look at is the entity. What they look at is the business. You were asked, your question was that, big businesses at that level, the ones that are owned by women, do they find it difficult to access loan just like their male counterpart? By the time they present the required papers to the credit institutions, the institutions are not looking at, oh, this business is owned by a woman and this one is owned by a man. They are looking at all the requirements and the conditions that specific business has met to make it qualify for that specific loan. And they get that. And some other cases, these institutions, they come to where your business is located. Because I've witnessed instances where these lower banks, what are they called again? The microfinance banks. No, they are the advanced credit facility to some men and to some women. And the ones they give priority to most are the ones run by women, but not just run by women because they are women, but because their turnover is rapid, is quick. And that had to do with food, drinks, and daily consumables. And like Mukhtar said, they tell them, okay, bring your business account to our bank so that we can monitor the flow of cash and the flow of how the business is being run. In that case, they've been able to look at it, and maybe they requested for 5 million, for 7 million naira loan. They're telling you, okay, with the pace that your business is going and with the credit that you are requesting for, we don't think that this is the threshold that your business is matured enough to handle. So though you requested for 7.5 million naira, we are going to advance 3.5, we are going to advance 4 million naira to your business. And with time, as the relationship progresses, we'll be able to meet the target of what actually you are requesting for. But one other thing, private organizations and influencers like the Emir, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, including the United Nations organization that are looking out for to advance the entrepreneurial spirit, to promote businesses that are being owned by women, should continue to promote this and to continue to speak to some of their partners who are financial institutions to advance loans to women. It's not a job that can be done by one person. I understand the reason why Sanusi is coming out with that. In the northern part of the country, it's not something that is quite feasible or easy to get. And even the businesses that are owned by women, not only in the northern part of the country, but also in the southern part of the country, most of them are not captured. Most of them don't have business accounts. And that is a serious barrier.
Okay, for everyone out there, remember that if businesses thrive and grow, the economy itself is growing. It doesn't matter how small that business is. By the side of your house, at the corner of your street, we must all lend our voices and our support. And when it has to do with women businesses, it's our responsibility to push. We'll push and keep pushing. Now let's go to our next story, and it has to do with Brazil agriculture. Farmers have demanded a halt and review of the $2.5 billion Brazilian livestock investment in Nigeria. We all remember that particular story about 2 months ago. Now, farmers and civil society organizations and community leaders have jointly called on the federal government to suspend the implementation of its $2.5 billion livestock investment agreement with Brazil meat packing giant JBS. The demand was made during the Southwest Regional Workshop on implementation of industrial animal farming in Nigeria, held on Friday in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The stakeholders expressed concern over the potential environmental and social impact of the deal, urging for a comprehensive and independent impact assessment before any further action. Participants emphasized that the agreement must not proceed without mandatory consultations with local communities, especially traditional rulers, to ensure their concerns and rights are adequately addressed. They also called for transparent public scrutiny to foster accountability and trust in the process. The stakeholders' stance highlights growing apprehension around the potential risk industrial-scale animal farming may pose to local ecosystem and livelihoods. The call for a thorough review aims to safeguard Nigeria's environment and social fabric while promoting sustainable development. The group United Front reflects broader demands for responsible investment practices that prioritize community welfare and environmental sustainability over rapid industrial expansion. This now brings us to this industrial farming. Industrial farming. We've called and called over time that our pastoral nature needs to stop. It's causing a whole lot of conflict. Now the administration is saying, okay, good, let's go industrial. Let's bring in the people that have been farming industrially and livestock. Brazil was the point of call. JSB, where
JBS.
Yeah, JBS was where the agreement was signed when the president visited. Right now we are having pushbacks. But now we are having pushbacks not directly connected to farmers, but communities and traditional rulers.
What are the communities?
What exactly are the fears?
Okay, first of all, the first time this specific story came out, I think it was a specific civil organization that is promoting climate change, disposition, our behaviors as a nation. We shouldn't pollute the environment. We should desist from taking on actions that will, endanger our environment and the climate. And if I can remember vividly, I think it is also called the Mother Health Foundation that was actually calling on the government to take a second look at this specific project it's going into with JBS. So the propagators of this specific industrial farming is the Ministry of Agriculture.
Yes.
Then you have trade, you have investors and some policy planners who prioritize scale and food security through industrialization. Now, I was expecting to see that Mother Health organization that came out as an antagonist in the first instance to also reflect in this report, but I have not seen. Maybe I need to take a second look. I have not seen them. So if they say community leaders, who are the community leaders? Civil society organizations. They should name them. Who are the civil society organizations?
Traditional rulers.
Traditional rulers. Who are the traditional rulers?
Have we even said this is where this is going to be cited or not?
Who are the traditional rulers? And the traditional rulers, we have to know. I hope they are not part of the traditional rulers or in whose community they've had some form of banditry attacks and terrorism attacks where terrorists have been accused or alleged of collecting tax from farmers as well. we need to take a very close look at it, and we need to even scrutinize those who are antagonizing this, because it could be a reflection, or it could be another face of what we're having in the oil and gas industry between the marketers, Pengasan and Aliko Dangote. We hope it's not the same thing that is going to happen.
Can you
here,
kindly spell it out?
Where local herders, where local farmers, where domestic organizations will be crying out. If they are crying out because they felt, because we can look at it in two ways. I cannot say that some of their concerns are unjustifiable.
But right now, in this particular story, if you look at it very well, we did not see farmer representation in the story.
Yeah, that's because I'm equally specific about representation. If representation is not there, then stop hiding, come out. We said from the onset that yes, whilst we've not been able to produce food to go around the country where we can all have access and at a cost-effective price, we must not, sell out ourselves by advancing such form of agreement for multinationals like the JBS to come in and to use some of the chemicals that there's been outcry that we should not use, that will endanger the health of Nigerians, not only in feeding the chickens, the environment in which those chickens will be taken care of, the animals that we brought in to be taken care of, other cows, other pigs or goats. We should be very, very careful. And the relevant organizations, such as the National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, and other relevant agencies should pay a second attention to this, so that we must not, endanger the health of Nigerians because we are trying to solve food insecurity and to make sure that Nigerians have access to food. But on the other hand, we must not equally tolerate the antagonistic disposition of our domestic organizations who are into farming and livestock, because they feel if the multinational come in with their huge financial chest, they are going to monopolize the industry and they will be pushed out of work, or they'll be pushed out of the frame of things by way of the competition. That the government should set laws in place to regulate JBS and the likes that are coming in, and not also endanger the local livestock agriculturers who we know we need to promote for them to have earnings, because they're also providing for the welfare of Nigerians, but also giving jobs to Nigerians. We know JBS is also going to give jobs, but we are more than 200 million people and we need food.
Okay, more than 200 million people and we need food. Mukhtar, I'm coming to you. Now, this particular issue of an agreement with the JBS and the 2.5 billion, it's caused a bit of tension. Well, it did subside and now is coming up again. Should we be concerned? Who should we worry? Don't we have regulators that ironed this particular agreement out? And the process itself, where should our worry be, if there should be one?
We have institutions, we have the Ministry of Agri, we have NAFDAC, we have other relevant agencies that are established for regulations for this kind of investments. $2.5 billion, that's about our budget for agriculture for the entire year. If we go to the market now, a cow is ₦1 million now. So, something has to be done drastically in our agriculture. Something has to be done. And this is not going to be the biggest investment in agriculture. There is Olam with about $5.6 billion worth of investments in agriculture in Nigeria. In Nasarawa, they have 10,000 acres of land. They use helicopter to spray their farm. So I think Nigeria will just, while, the idea is well thought of, but the government know what they are doing. And this is the investment we need for food sufficiency, to grow our GDP, to feed the nation. Food is too expensive compared to even countries that don't have arable land. And The reason is because we still farm the old way. So we need not just people are looking at the money. The money is important, yes, but they should look at the industrialization that this investment is going to bring to our country from, transfer of technology and, and technical know-how, because they are going to be employing Nigerians. So Nigerians can work on these facilities for 5 to 10 years and go seek for funding and start their own farms too. So it's going to be beyond just earning a job. It's going to be like a training of how things are done in the Western world. So I just think this is just panic from the local farmers. They don't want to be edged out. They want to still have a share in the value chain in the agri business, because from the press you can hear where they say they need to consult with the local farmers. Why would a foreign player need to consult with a local farmer? So if a company can raise $2.5 billion, they obviously are doing something right and they know what they are doing. So why should they come and consult a local farmer? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. And every time things like this is happen, we always see resistance from the local players. And it's time that we now have to start sensitizing on, on working together collaboratively and looking at what we can gain from these foreign people. Like I said, beyond money, technical know-how, transfer of information, technology, and training our people to be better. Is 200 million people. Last week, Obasanjo was saying that our population is going to grow to 400 million by 2050. And if we can barely feed 200 million people now, how are we going to feed 400 million people? So we need to continue to improve the agricultural sector with industrialization and funding. And with about 70% illiteracy, the sector that can reduce poverty and employ everybody in this country with our vast arable land is agriculture. There's no two ways about it. So if people are bringing in money to this sector, it should be a welcome idea. And there's enough market for everybody to sell what they are selling. Like I said, Olam has a bigger investment, double what JBS is bringing, and we still buy food for what we buy it for, and the farmers are still making money. So if this comes, I'm sure they are not only looking at the local markets, they are looking to export. So which will bring forex to this country, improve the value of our naira. So if governments should be wary of these people. What they are saying sounds like is important. We know that is important, but they should be wary of these people, not to scare away investors. This administration is trying so hard to bring in investment to this country. So people should not scare them away for their selfish reason. And it's high time. In fact, we need this. For me, we need this because it's animal farming, so that it can bring like a template on how to run ranching in this country, because a lot of our problem now has to do with ranching. So beyond food security of human life and property too is affected by animal farming, because now if we go to the middle belt, the problem there is farmers and herders clash that has displaced so many farmers and is affecting food prices now, because a lot of people in the middle belt, that is the food basket of this nation, cannot return to their farm, cannot return to their villages. That is one. Now, there's insecurity and banditry that is attached to these two. Times of lives are lost every other month non-stop for about 30 years now. So somebody needs to give us a template and a blueprint on how to successfully run animal ranching to put an end to this mess that has, wasted so many lives unnecessarily that can be avoided. So we really need these investments.
Okay, yeah, we need this investment coming from Mukhtar, and also the fair one is he's been on the table and saying, hey, we need the investment too, and we should hear them out. Yes, say it quickly before we go to break.
Okay, so I wanted to point out that one of the reasons when you see farmers being displaced, Olam, that was mentioned, that's a big multinational. Do we have rebels, bandits, or terrorists go to their organization to chase them out?
No.
No. The other bigger players who are multinationals, who own vast 100-acre of land and they are farming, have there been instances where you hear this farmer clashes on their land? No. Why is it that it is only the player? The
terrorist is in the community of the poor man.
So why is it that it's only that small player that has little land, or a small amount of land in his community where he is farming, where he first of all started through subsistence farming to take care of his family, and with time, maybe the land he inherited from his grandfather or his great-grandfather, he seemed to have expanded it and is trying to grow his business. When these terrorists and bandits, whenever they come, those are the locations they go to. Why? Why is that? Is it because these multinational companies, they are known by the government but not the government of the day, by the government, as the case may be, and they can one way or the other afford protection? Even if they can afford protection, do they have the license to buy guns for their security agencies to protect their organization from being ransacked by these non-state actors? I don't think so. I think the answer is no. So how is it that they are able to protect their investment, and the man at the ebb of society who insignificant when it comes to competition is not being protected? There's a disconnect there. Okay. And the government needs to fix that. And I think that's why I said there are two parts. It's not all the outcry by local players that is completely false. We must take a second look, most especially providing security. In Benue State, like he mentioned, where farmer-herder clashes, the same farmer and the herders, why don't they go and clash in Olam's facility?
Okay. Now, these are questions that will need answers, and we will surely demand these answers. This will get the appropriate authorities. We are not just going to say, hey, answers, but these issues need to be tackled, and these clashes must be a thing of the past. Every single elected official was elected first, protection of lives and property. If you fail in that, then you failed. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Suk business landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Suk News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Suk News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Suk News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. Soap News TV, powered by FemWash Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Soap News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
First of all, be rebranded.
Literacy said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Welcome back. We're still here live on SBL, Souk Business Landscape, at the hashtag in front of it. Remember, join us on this particular program. Let your voice count. Go to social media, all of it, and look for Souk News TV. Follow us. We'll follow you back. Join this conversation, and most importantly, share. Share. You know that? Just share. Let your neighbors and your friends be part of this conversation. Let's move this nation forward. Let's get involved in business. Let's develop. And let's make sure the monies are moving. Now, let's get to healthcare. What's happening? The federal government is urging private sector to invest in local medical equipment production. Yes, you heard us. We are saying, hey, import less. We can make some of these things here. The Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Adekunle Salako, has called on the private sector to take a more active role in strengthening Nigeria's health system through investment in local production, standardization, and maintenance of medical equipment. Speaking over the weekend at the commissioning of the National Secretariat for the Healthcare Equipment and Allied Product Providers Association of Nigeria in Abuja, Dr. Salako emphasized the critical role of private sector engagement in advancing healthcare delivery. He highlighted that the association's efforts complement the government's Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, which aims to enhance governance, increase access to quality care, and improve health security by industrializing the health sector. Dr. Salako stressed that fostering local manufacturing and upkeep of medical equipment would reduce reliance on import, lower cost, and boost sustainability within the healthcare system. Now, this is where we are, and this is where we find ourselves. Over 90% of the equipment we use in our hospitals, laboratories, and some of the major health institutions are imported. And we've been having this particular import since before we were born. At this point in time, are we saying that we've not been able to find ways of replicating some of this equipment? And is that backward integration? Can't we just pick one, scatter it, and rebuild it again?
Okay, pick one, dismantle it into different.
I prefer using the word just scatter
fragment
and
couple it.
We are producing some already, but for the major equipment we are using, we shouldn't be importing anything. We should never import hospital beds. Okay, let's even start from there.
Let me make reference to my experience in a very big federal universities, quite notable in the country. I went to their dentistry or the dentistry section, and I looked at the equipment, and there are very few. Let's say you can find about because when they are operating, when the dentist is operating on the patient in the mouth and the tooth, the way the bed alone that the patient will lie on, it's a whole technology in its own. How it brings you down, how it positions you whichever way it wants, and the light shining on your head, brought down to your mouth, and how they need to operate. And it's a bed, but it's an equipment, it's a technology in another level. When I look around, about 95% of them are not working. So what you need to fix by pressing a button and to get a part of the machine to move on its own and, to walk around the patient, they move it with their hands, and instead of one, or instead of about 3 persons working for you, because the machines are gone, you have about 5-7 persons working on you. It's a complete write-off. And this is domiciled in a federal institution, medical center in this country. And that's just one that we can reference, because there are others in their numbers where you have those facilities in their dysfunctional state. So if that's the case, where are we going to? And those things are shipped into the country and taken to those federal universities that has the power, or that has the manpower and the technology, because they equally have the faculties of engineering, departments of the engineering. They have the department and the faculties that can equally, manufacture, that are into manufacturing, technical, through the instrument of research and development, who can take care of these machines, or who can understudy these machines, like you said, and replicate the same in this country, because we know China did that. We know of other countries that did that. We can do likewise, but we didn't do it. And when those ones have gone into oblivion because they are not dysfunctional and bad, we cannot replace or fix them. And even if we are to fix them, they'll be shipped out of this country. Why can't we do the same thing? Why can't we do like what you said? And it is bad. It's going to continue to keep us in this state. Fine, it is now good that the government is coming out through this medium that we need private investors to come in. Yes, private investors coming in is good, but they might want to, most of them are going to ask for some of the benefits that, the government normally advance to multinational companies.
Benefits for you to fix or invent something, benefits for you to
because it is going to be
have a patent for something you're producing.
It's going to be capital intensive.
Then good, and they can partner with themselves.
Even if they are going to partner with themselves, they might ask. In fact, sometimes I don't even think they even need to ask before the government advances to them.
Can I ask you a question?
The government cannot make a statement in the void.
Can I ask a question? Why should government go ahead and import hospital beds from India for a major secondary or tertiary health facility when a Nigerian company can produce that bed here in Nigeria? Can't we start from there?
Oh, okay, fine. We can start from there. And we all know some of the reasons why we have contractors going to, fish for external hands in there because, budgets, the corruption element that is in there is one. But number two, the government will also need to vet and trust the local producers that whatever they are going to
hospital bed,
that what they are going to. We're not talking. I'm not just making reference to normal.
I'm going as simple as
of course, if it is as simple as that hospital bed you're talking about, we don't have excuse.
Okay, good. Let's get to Mukhtar. Mukhtar, we are coming to you. If you can't hear me, just say hi. Good, you're here. Now, Mukhtar, we've had students graduate from polytechnics and universities studying science laboratory technology because this is specifically their field. And we've also seen students graduate from instrumentation, physics instrumentation from the University of Polytechnics for donkey years. Now, the question we are trying to ask is, for all this that have graduated, those that lectured them, those still lecturing them, those that went through all the project, why are we still having importation of all this kind of equipment, even to the as simple as hospital beds, as simple as drip holders? Why are we still importing this equipment?
I'll blame the government for that. So because every time government talks about local industrialization, local sourcing of everything, not just medical equipment, but their policy is the opposite. So government in Nigeria has to have a policy of if anything is produced locally, you cannot import it as a government. We cannot tell private people how to spend their money, but government money in Nigeria should support local industry. That's the 101 on how to be industrialized as a country. So if me now, as a private sector, as a private investor, if I know that if I produce my syringe, all the government hospital has no choice. I don't need to know anybody to be patronized because there is a policy that says if it can be sourced locally, you cannot import. If there's that policy that is followed squarely, we will see industrialization in every sector. For people who set up car plants, for example, with millions of dollars, and they still have to lobby this minister or this government or head of these parastatals for patronage. And let's look at our governor's convoys. What kind of cars do we see? We see Japanese cars, we see American cars, and right now we have 10 car plants that are produced locally. So that's where the problem is. So if you want me to go and look for $2-3 million to come and set up healthcare equipment production, then you want me to look for additional $1 million to start looking for government officials to bribe for patronage? It's not fair. So government needs to walk the talk. They need to put their mouth where their mouth is, their policy where their mouth is. So if you are saying you want local industries to produce medical equipment, you have to have a policy of Nigeria first, which is every government from federal to the local, don't outsource anything internationally if it is produced locally. Now, I know we are going to talk about the standard of what we are producing locally. That is why we have SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria. We have so many manufacturers. We have an agency that is in charge of manufacturing to make sure that we produce standardized products in this country. So that is their job. So even before the equipment hits the market, government has an agency that is in place to check that this is fit for human, this is fit to go out, this is safe for Nigerians. So if it's on the shelf, I haven't gone through all this scrutiny to make sure that it's good, is what standard, people should not lobby for patronage. It should be automatic. It should be seamless for patronage. So that's the problem.
Okay, while we are looking at patronage, now let's also look at the issue Oyipriye raised. Now you're talking about equipment in the hospitals that were not working. The next question we'll now get to ask ourselves, is it that the equipment will end up importing? Over time, we've not learned how to fix them.
Okay, so government needs to make deliberate effort. Deliberate effort. The Nigerian First policy that this administration, had put out there needs to be followed sacrosanctly. Also, Nigerian institutions, tertiary institutions that should run through the instrument of policy, research and development, needs to also be deliberate, because most of the time, whenever they cry out, is the lack of funds.
Lack of funds? Hold on, you're talking about lack of funds. You mean you graduate a student after 5 years, for those that study instrumentation, and they can't fix instruments in the hospitals in that same school?
No, okay, fine. In that same school, that's what I'm telling you. The government is not going to... They need to set up a facility that can do that.
Facility to do what?
For that purpose.
Hold on. What about the students? What about the people that are lecturing in that school? They can't fix those.
When I mean set up a facility, you cannot have... You don't... An hospital does not have a department where they are fixing those instruments or those equipment. So what I'm saying is that those departments that are into either in the tech, the engineering, the institution will build some of those facilities where they can now move the bad and dysfunctional equipment from those hospitals to those places where they can be fixed. And mind you, it's not only hospitals, but since our conversation is not in the hospital, let's dwell on that. Now, choose. If you look at it very well, some of these private organizations that the country or some of these contractors patronize to ship these goods, this equipment into the country, some of them secretly sponsor the campaigns of some of these political officers. So by the time they get on the saddle, they want to make sure that these organizations are part of those who are going to enjoy the largesse through the conduit of contracts to engage in these things. And that's why most of the time you find our local industries dying. Now, even in the current Nigerian First policy, there is a clause there that it is in instances where we cannot access the equipment that we need to buy here before this specific ministry, department, or agency needs to contact the Bureau of Public Enterprise to get leave, to obtain leave to be able to ship this instrument or this equipment into the country. That means they must have they have a list of all the manufacturing organizations in the country who have the capacity or the wherewithal to manufacture this equipment locally. Then if they cannot find any, that is the case whereby they need to go out of the country to source for it. And so if they are going to do that, that means it is a strategy to solving the problem that we are talking about. When you are going to do that, the government will now put a clause to whoever we are awarding the contracts to or the foreign organization where we are importing this, that look, we are going to import this within the next 4 years. But one of the conditions is that you are going to start with us establishing an assembling plant in Nigeria. Then we know that little by little we are, mapping out the roadmap to solving the problem of manufacturing these equipments in the country. So within the first 4 years, we are going to import it. And by the conditions that we've set in the contract, we are going to bring these companies to set up a local plant, just the way China has done with regards to renewable energy, where the panels need to be manufactured in the country. Just the way the government are equally warned some of these foreign organizations to come and set up an electric vehicle manufacturing plant in the country. These are the strategies we need to be aiming at if, as a country, we are looking at industrialization and we hope to attain that level come the next 20 years. And it needs to be consistent, administration in, administration out, because one of the disadvantages is that there's a lack of continuum in most viable government policies that we have in this country. We are looking at, after the next 4 years, or the next 8 years, as the case may be, that the next administration is going to continue with the student loan, that the next administration is going to continue with the Buy Nigerian First policy, and it's going to continue with other policies that this administration has made, that we see that it has a beneficial phase or a serious advantage to promoting our local industries and our local economy. If we have that consistency in the next 30 years, I think we'll be heading somewhere very, very laudable and beneficial to our economy.
Okay, while we look forward to heading somewhere laudable, just like you said, and beneficial, let's also have this at the back of our mind. If we have to look at importing medical equipment, these are very sensitive equipment, not just the hospital beds. Now, let's talk about those particular ones. Be it for tests, be it for radiotherapy, be it for sensitive operations. These are very sensitive equipment. And if we have to import from any of them, let's not call any brand name, there and whoever is supplying, be it the manufacturers, we need to get into an agreement where they will take care of maintenance. It's an eyesore for you to go to a lot of Nigerian hospitals and see the amount of littered, unworking or serviceable equipment scattered all over the place, especially at the back of those hospitals. It's embarrassing. So these are things we need to take care of. And not just that. When we are looking at those particular maintenance issues, we should also have our own people be part of it, to learn on it. So whenever this maintenance agreement is over, our people can take over and continue. These are things that we need to really sort out. We don't have this kind of issue when it comes to private hospitals because they take care of their business. Government business must be taken care of, and we'll keep calling out and making sure people do the right thing. We'll go to the next story for today, and that has to do with macroeconomic stability. Bitcoin. Yes, you heard me. Bitcoin. It hit record high amid ETF inflows and market uncertainty. Bitcoin surged to a new all-time high of $125,700. To those that are holding, they are shouting right now, dancing up and down. According to Coinbase price data shown on TradingView, the milestone comes amid the ongoing U.S. government shutdown and analysts attributing the rally to strong and consistent inflows into Bitcoin exchange-traded funds, ETFs. The historic surge signals growing investor confidence in the leading cryptocurrency as a reliable store of value. All of a sudden, it has become a reliable store of value. While Bitcoin soared, Ethereum saw a slight decline of 0.44%, trading at $4,563 on Binance. Other major cryptocurrencies, including SRP, BNB, that's Binance Coin, Solana, Dogecoin, and Cardano, also experienced minor losses in the past hour. The divergence in performance highlights Bitcoin's dominance during periods of heightened economic uncertainty. Analysts suggest that the rally reflects a broader trend of investors turning to hedge assets such as gold and Bitcoin amid rising macroeconomic instability, with inflation fears, policy uncertainty, and geopolitical tension on the rise. Bitcoin digital scarcity and increasing international adoption are drawing more attention as the potential safe haven. Now, let's talk about this. For those that are not aware, we have a definite amount of Bitcoin now and tomorrow. It's not going to increase. It can only reduce because somebody somewhere will forget his wallet address and it's gone. Or somebody somewhere will make a mistake and you can't find your wallet address. So it can only decrease, but it cannot increase. which means the value will keep rising. Let's now talk Nigeria. For a while, it took us a long time to have a policy that was working on cryptocurrencies. Even as we speak, a whole lot of people are not still aware and informed. And the government itself, aside tax, how can we wake up and aggressively tap into this opportunity of cryptocurrency that is sweeping the world right now? Because let's not just be a part of the storytellers.
Okay, so we must know that I think for this administration, for the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have seen efforts by the government in trying to fix this specific industry. And it has been involving policy on cryptocurrency, moving from 2021 by the Central Bank of Nigeria on ban on banks dealing with crypto to May 2022, where Securities and Exchange Commission framework for digital assets, and then December 2023, where the CBN, reversing banks and allowing banks to serve licensed crypto firms.
Okay.
So if the government has enacted the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022 and a new law that recognizes digital assets and allow regulation by SEC, and plans to introduce capital gains tax on them, that is good.
Okay.
That's excellent. And I almost see that most of the time you see the apex banks of different countries, including that of Africa, most of the time they look at the United States and they operate within the confines or within the jurisdiction of corporate comparative administration, and in this case in corporate comparative financial administration from different countries. We see what the current administration of Donald Trump did in that regard, and how that has increased investment confidence, not only in the globe, but coming from that part of town. And I see that at the current plan that we have in place, being collaboration from the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Securities Exchange Commission, is leading us to the promised land in cryptocurrency.
Okay. While you talk about the promised land, we have less than 3 minutes. Mukhtar, I'm going to hear your end submission before we go. Are you there? Okay. Now, Mukhtar, the biggest hedge fund managers, who happens to be BlackRock, were the major sponsors of the Bitcoin ETF, which also sailed earlier in the year, end of last year, earlier this year. Now, as of sometime last week, we saw Ogunlisi, one of the major guys in BlackRock, new major guys in BlackRock. He came into the country and he had a meeting with the president. We've had policy up, policy down, somersaults and turnover when it comes to cryptocurrencies. In just 2 sentences, how can Nigeria move forward in this particular space for good?
Okay, so the surge in cryptocurrency and gold, there's such price in gold value too, is as a result of lack of confidence in the American economy, the way Donald Trump is currently running it. And I feel like Africa, Nigeria especially, should position ourselves to attract this money, this liquid money moving here and there. The money is moving from the American economy to something that is stable for Donald Trump to leave office. And it's this demand that is skyrocketing the value of cryptocurrency and gold. So Nigeria and Africa, we should position ourselves to attract this money. This money that is going into cryptocurrency, we can attract it as an investment into our country.
Okay,
that's what I like to say.
Okay, good. Then what about the policy? The policy when it comes to trading and acceptance of this particular digital asset in Nigeria. How can we go further than where we are right now?
We can just be open-minded and let people trade cryptocurrency, but we cannot shy away from the fact that cryptocurrency is a conduit for dark money, both locally and internationally. So this is the new way people move money, politicians and people that are involved in shady business. So it's something that we should be open-minded about. And this is an investment that is not predictable by anything. It's just market forces. So I mean, it's good that Nigeria is open-minded about it. We cannot be left behind. If the whole world is trading in cryptocurrency, we should let our people trade in cryptocurrency and make money as long as we can tax them. So we need to, tax them if they are making profits. Yes, let the government tax the profit so that they can spend it on the rest of us. So, but what I'm saying now is this surge in cryptocurrency is because the hedge fund in America lacks confidence in the administration of Donald Trump. For example, there's government shutdown. So it means federal workers will not be paid and it's indefinite. We don't know when the government is going to find funding to continue to run in full-fledged. Some of their land borders are closed. People cannot travel by land. It used to be open 24 hours. Now it's being run skeletal. The embassies everywhere. So, so people are scared. People that have a lot of money, they are scared. That's why they are looking to put it into something like cryptocurrency and gold. And, this is why we need to take ourselves serious. We need to take ourselves serious to position ourselves to attract this money. That, hey, you can bring this money. We are a stable economy and we have a very, very good return on investment, and we are going to support your investments. We are not going to give you any problem.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. It's always a pleasure having you on SBL. Thank you for allowing us to keep you awake at this part of the night. And we look forward to having you again on Wednesday. Thank you very much, Mukhtar.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that.
Thank you. He said something about, hey, let this particular sector grow, tax not just those that are trading, also tax the trading platforms. And hey, let businesses happen. I think I say yes to that.
Of course, that's what we do here, and that's what we want to happen.
Okay, we here on SBL, opportunities will let you know. Possibilities will let you know. Challenges will also let you know. And remember, join your voice to this. After SBL, we'll be having our cross borders. So the face you'll be seeing next is that of the beautiful Grace Komolafe. So don't go anywhere. Thank you very much for everybody that has been part of this today. And to our beautiful, amazing crew behind the cameras. You don't get to see them, but they are making sure that we get this to you. We say thank you very much for being part of the program today. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Remember, it's a Monday. Let's start strong. Let's be productive. And let's give and put our best foot forward. We'll do this again tomorrow. It's nice having you.
I'm Priya Kromale. Good morning to you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Suk business landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, Suk News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Suk News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Suk News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Suk News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage and connection that matters. Sook News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Eco-Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York York City, it has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far. Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jus, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souk News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souk News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Resaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Suk Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
When you hear the word migration, you probably think of desert crossing and the challenges faced by those who travel through irregular routes. You might picture asylum seekers in foreign lands, the displaced and vulnerable, and how different national policies shape who can move and who cannot. Welcome to Across Borders, where we explore the real intricacies that shape migration, movement, and mobility. My name is Grace Komalafe. Interestingly, today, we are not focusing on that familiar side of migration. Instead, we will be exploring an aspect we rarely think about when it comes to travel. The world of hospitality, how it connects with tourism, travel experiences, and more importantly, why Nigerians shouldn't have to leave the country to enjoy world-class guest experience. To take us through this conversation is a man I like to call the border man, and I'm sure you're going to understand why I choose to call him that with time. Kalhala is an experienced hospitality professional fondly recognized as Africa's hospitality guru for his outstanding contributions to the continent's hospitality sector. He first came to Africa in 1985, worked across Kenya, Zambia, and now in Nigeria, a journey that I would say already spanned 4 decades of building and managing international hotel brands. He is the general manager of the Lagos Continental Hotel. So today, we cross borders, not by land, sea, or air, but through ideas, experiences, and stories that I believe will speak to the fact that great hospitality can be found right here at home. And so we will take a break at this time. When we come back, we'll be bringing in our guest, Kalhala. Stay with us. Across Border is right here.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Welcome back, and this is Across Borders, that migration program where we talk about typical issues relating to migration. But hey, like I mentioned, today we'll be looking at the hospitality sector, and to do that is Carl Hala, the Group Managing Director of Continental Hotels. It's a pleasure having you this morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for honoring our invitation.
Pleasure.
Great. So for me, I'd like to ask you, you're an Austria national. Surprisingly, you've spent so many years in Africa. You got married to an African woman. And I'm beginning to wonder, what's the catch? What's the in thing in Africa? What makes Africa unique to you?
I have to take you back a little bit.
Oh, that's fine.
So when I think I was 6 years old, and I was watching a movie, Shaka Zulu.
Oh.
I was fascinated.
Wow.
And I turned black.
And you turned black?
I just loved it, and it never stopped.
Ah.
But it took me until 1985 to actually come to Africa, to Kenya at the time.
Wow.
I worked 35 years with the IHG Group, Intercontinental Hotels.
Mm-hmm.
And that took me around dream countries you perhaps would never reach. But Africa, out of my 48 years away, has been the vast majority of my works and my life and my love.
Thank you very much. So that's a great one. You have lived Africa, you eat Africa, you drink Africa, because 4 decades, it's no joke. But yes, you are in Nigeria now, spending this long period of time in Africa. But we want to talk about Nigeria. How would you say you see Nigeria, living in Nigeria, what is the experience like? Let's talk about that.
Nigeria, it's a vast country. Has got enormous landscaping potentials, natural resources, name it. But for me, the key difference, having also lived a long time in East Africa, is the vibrance of the people. Nigeria's people makes it great. There's a different energy. And that is something you feel wherever you go and you work with, you live with, you're together with my friends here. It stimulates you.
It stimulates you.
Yes.
That's great. That's great. But tell me, are there moments you feel like home is home, I want to go back home? Are there moments like that? Are there occasions, you know?
There's always home is home. I'm Viennese, so I go home every 3 to 4 months.
I see.
Primarily to eat my food.
Oh, yeah.
So whether this is a Wiener Schnitzel or something, but after 2-3 weeks, I need to go again. I have to come back here to Nigeria and feel where my strength comes from. I love it here.
Great. So let's talk about business. You've traveled far and wide. What set Nigeria apart? Now we're talking about business now, business-wise. What set Nigeria apart?
Yeah, I believe it's the vast population one has in Nigeria. Going back to the riches and the sources. If you go back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, even before oil came, agriculture was a key factor, economic factor. Wildlife was a key factor. Then gas and oil came, and of course Nigeria is one of the largest oil producers in the world. But that economic factor and the vast potential the country has sets it apart from the rest of Africa. Because if I only take the hospitality industry, for example, we can lead it. We are already leading it. We don't have to look into that. Before I come to hospitality, the actual industries, if you take IT or any digitalized branch and sector, is absolutely on top. Let me tell you a story.
Okay.
My son was here, lived with, my son number 2, lived with me for 2 years, and he studied cinematography. And I believe you cannot find anywhere better to get into, e.g. This study group, than Lagos or Nigeria on the whole. He just started this week at the university in Barcelona, showing his Nigerian credentials. He had no problem to come in. So the IT world, the digitalized platforms here are world class. So that sets it already apart from the rest of the country. And my God, everything else, whether it's now the gas and oil industry in any way, but the vast potential you have in the hospitality industry, the riches of the country. Where would you go if you take the history of Nigeria? You go back to 600 before Christ. The Nook. So all our terracotta comes from there. And you have amazing World Heritage Sites, 2 of them. There are 7 Nigerian wonders. You have the 250 or so ethnic groups. My God, we can tell stories every day. We just have to start telling it. And if we start telling that, we will lead from the front. We are already the heartbeat of Africa.
Correct.
Now we have to start telling the story about the greatness of Nigeria and her people.
Wow. Wow. You know, I think it's so fascinating, you know, seeing you in a white skin and saying we, Africa. You know, like I mentioned earlier, you eat and breathe Africa, and that's a very great one. So you've talked about tourism in a bit. We're going to get there. You've talked about technology, mentioning youth, because you talked about your child. We're going to get there. But I want to ask you, you know, having served as a key person, in the managerial position for Intercontinental Hotel. You know, I know IHG, if I said that.
Yeah.
Great, great. And now you are now the lead of Continental Hotels. What key qualities make a truly good manager? Are they inborn, natural, or it's just something that you need to learn?
I believe that my function is to support. I don't doubt the professionalism of the team. They are there for. They need the support. And with the support, we can then address and align where we want to go. So we create our vision and see, okay, that's what we want to do, and then we'll see how we are going to do it. But it's the support in developing the individuals in the teams. It's the support to deliver results. It's the support to expand and look beyond the hotel's border, knowing the markets, see where are the opportunities and options, to go beyond where you are, whether in Lagos or in Calabar or in Jos, it doesn't matter. You have to think way beyond that and stimulate the team. And they stimulate you. You know, there's this famous saying, it's the leadership walk, and you might see hotels or anywhere else. I always have the feeling that many of the leaders just look in a lobby, how quickly can I get through this place without saying nothing, and they dash through. And it's so nice in the morning when you say, good morning, Grace. Had a good weekend? Or you just wave. You be honest, you need to stimulate a relationship to get some returns. Nobody's perfect, nor am I. But it's the support you give the team. They should benefit from my experience. I benefit from their experience. Because there's every day you see and learn something new. It's a fascination. Listen, I'm 68. I learn. Wow. I'm digitized. Of course, my kids keep me really going.
I see.
If I have any problems, my daughter will say, come on, Pops. So, no, I'm there.
Okay, so that's a whole lot, I must say. And so you've also talked about hospitality. You know, hospitality is all encompassing. Even, you know, the way we relate with people in our various homes and all of that. So how would you rate Nigeria hospitality industry? In all honesty, where are we?
I think we're in the starting steps. It's a basic, again, let me take you back a little bit.
Okay.
Years ago, Grace, my daughter, if I would have told you, and now, my dear Grace, for the rest of your life, you will be a waitress. And Grace would say, nope, I'll find gas and oil and gas and oil and gas and oil. So what one has to do, to answer this in a different way, you have to create the attractiveness of hospitality, which is a breathtaking profession, a breathtaking direction of business life anywhere you go. It's a stage. But if I want to motivate Grace,
yes,
I would have to show you where you're going to. That means I have to clarify much better your career path, your growth path. You have to see where you're going. That means, so Grace is now a supervisor in the restaurant. I can actually own a hotel. I can be the vice president of Marriott Hotels. And I have to do this with local examples. And at the moment I'm collecting that because we are in the process of doing our own academy. But I have to make it sure it's attractive. I found unnamed people working in the Senate. And this gentleman was a driver before at the former Sheraton, now our Continental in Abuja, 20 years ago. Found another lady who is now the deputy ambassador in Sweden. Started as a waitress. But we need to make it attractive. Gas and oil is simply, it's money.
Yeah.
Us, it's a tough step. You don't get there without knowing the practicals. I cannot lead if I don't know how to make a bed.
That's it.
Clean the toilet, peel a potato.
That's it.
You need to know, but then you have to start strategizing. Where's my vision? How can I align? How can we take this team, this business forward so the owners are happy?
That's it.
Team is happy. We develop and we can spearhead an industry which should be spearheading Africa to start with. If I want to go somewhere and I say, Grace, you don't have to go to the Lausanne Hotel School, you come to the Lagos Hotel School.
Okay.
It's a world-class facility.
Okay, that's it. So you've just taken us through how you can build a manager, basically, you know. I mean, ensuring that people get involved, you are not just there, you understand the system, you know how it works and all of that. So I've heard you talk about, probably I would say, encouraging Nigerians not to involve in borrowing, you know, especially when it comes to building this hospitality brand. So when you are saying you don't encourage borrowing, what are those parts, those approaches, both the local one or the international one that are working, what are the ones that are not working at the moment? What do we need to do?
So, I give you a paradox.
Okay.
We import training manuals and we are exporting our talent. That's a paradox. That is something we should develop ourselves. We need to develop the procedures, the working manuals for wherever we go through ourselves. We're experts. We have many professionals around, but we have to start taking ownership of it. Pride in the local talent. Me, I'm here to support. I'm here, I'm traveling in and out of 40 years, but I see that if we don't do that, the others will gallop away. We can do this. So it is taking ownership of what we have, developing our own training methods, what we have started. With the academy we are building, with our trainings we are already doing on the ground, we try to consistently develop the talent. Can we do better? Oh yes, we can do much better.
Oh, yes, we can do much better. And that will make me ask you, what make homegrown brand, to stand out and win the trust of both local and international guests? Homegrown brands, what makes them stand out?
If you have any brand, it's your people.
Great.
Everybody has a pillow. Everybody has a cup of coffee. It's the people. It's grace. You go and say, the client comes, Mr. Smith, and you, Grace, says, Mr. Smith, great to have you. By the way, we go to your regular room. We have. Nigerians have a warmth against many people's opinion. I think the warmth in Nigeria is best in Africa. We are loud, but we have a heart. We have a soul. And we make a difference. People smile. Whatever hardship, and there are enough hardships are there going through. So, standing out in hospitality is our people, by miles.
Great. So, I mean, you see, I was just looking, well, like, carried away, you've actually talked about what we need to do, to keep the homegrown brand. Again, side by side, international brands. Side by side, are there hotels in Nigeria you can recommend, you can refer to, oh, they are doing well? You can, yes, side by side, some other international brands, you can mention names, other hotels. What do you think they are doing differently? Because we're actually looking at having Nigerians not necessarily going out to look for guest experience. They want to have it here at home. So do we have hotels that are doing that already?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have about 9,000 internationally standardized qualified rooms.
Okay.
We do have a growing workforce, if you may, who has the standards, and that doesn't matter where you come from, whether it's the friendliness, whether it's the systems, whether it is the quality of products. We have. I always said we don't have to compete because we are already there. What we have to do, we have to start owning our quality much better. What I believe is best practice. Of course, I look, what's the Intercontinental in Singapore doing, the Marriott in Paris, the Hilton in New York. You always look, who is doing what? And then say, it might be cool. Let me see how this would fit here. But you have to think global and act local. That's very important to understand.
Okay.
The pride can never go away. We do that, yes, my God. If I'm a football coach, I cannot work just with my little club in Vienna. I have to see what the Lagos teams are doing, what the Brazilians are doing. I like this. You take the best practice.
That's it.
Then you can talk. Then you have a global mind, which you can apply where you are.
That's it. You think global and you act local. I think I'm just going to take that out now while we go for a short break. Carl Hala is still here, but we'll be coming back with more other topics, more other areas to explore. While we look at the need, the reason why Nigerians do not necessarily need to go out to seek for, guest experience. It's still across borders, and we'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souk News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you very much. You are still watching Across Borders, and today we are looking at the hospitality industry. With me here is Carl Haller. Yes, we're still on it, and we'll be coming back. I just want to quickly ask you this question while we go into the other part of this conversation. I'm saying that in Nigeria, up to half of hotel operating costs, goes into diesel. So I want to ask you, what action by the government could effectively reduce energy costs for the tourism and hospitality sector?
It's not half, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, power is expensive.
Okay.
So if government would look into it, like in other countries, you would have a grid, an electricity grid, which is functional and basically supplies all the sources. This is not just for hotels, it's the households anywhere else. This is generator land. So, and whether you take now solar panels or you have diesel or gas generators, that's not going to stop. You know how to counteract the costs. We know that, that's why we're in the business. But we need a grid which supplies, which is efficient, operational, and seamless. Then we work. There should be no worrying, do I have power today or not?
That's it. Now you are saying it again, no borrowing. You know, I mentioned that earlier. You are not a fan of borrowing at all when it comes to, you know, that's it. So I really want to know if the hospitality industry is getting that attention, because, you know, CBN report shows that between 2010 to 2020, Nigeria spent about 28.65 billion US dollars, you know, on foreign education expenses, and approximately 11.1 billion US dollars same period on medical treatments abroad. I am saying that's nearly $40 billion, right? So rather than just a luxury, what's your take on treating hospitality as an economic priority? What's your take on that?
Yeah, hospitality on its own contributes already about 5% to the GDP, about 7 trillion. About 3.5 million jobs. So there is already an economic factor in the making. We just have to make sure that people know about it. Because I believe that hospitality is a little bit underrated. We are a power.
Okay.
We are the face of Nigeria. Whether this is in Jos, in Calabar, in Abuja, in Lagos, it doesn't matter. It's the hospitality industry. And we're good at it. Has nothing to do with competition. I think the entire sector is excellent. Having said that, of course we can do better again. The monies you contribute is in the likes of beauty, you know, beauty, fashion, hair, trillion contributors, again to GDP. But the hospitality is there, straight on the top. The power, yes, we know the power is there, we will have to counteract it. We have to work better, make this money extra so we can support all our costs, expenses, payrolls, whatever. But it is the energy we can supply to the economics that will make Nigeria an even stronger economy in Africa.
Great. That's it, to make Nigeria more stronger, make the economy more stronger. But again, I want to ask, are there barriers, you know, in terms of airports, visa safety, connectivity? What are the biggest barriers to deliver world-class guest experience?
Number one is the lack of investment in the youth. Number two is my arrival experience.
Okay.
I take to one extreme to the other. The visa experience is not something which I would call overwhelming.
Okay.
Whatever changes are being done, it takes time, it is complicated, and it is expensive. I travel anywhere in Africa, Easter, because I know this. Whether I'm in Uganda, Kenya, chap, I arrive, I get what I want. So I believe the seamless experience has to start coming into the country, having a visa application, even if it's online now, which goes seamless, which is less expensive. And when I arrive, I have an arrival experience at the airports which does not take me through hurdles. Whether this is questions I should be asked, whether this should be waitings for getting through immigration, etc. If I'm an international traveler, I expect my visa to flow, and I expect to get through the airports in no time. Having said that, I don't say other airports are so much better. But in order for us to be better, we have to be the best.
That's it. For us to be better, we have to be the best. Very great. So now, boosting Nigeria's image in travel and hospitality, what's that policy that you think government needs to prioritize? Do you understand? Yes.
If government wants to prioritize, then we have to have a structure. We need tourism structure. That means our peers, like in South Africa or in Kenya, they have national tourist boards, which conclude everybody who feeds in the industry. Whether this is the treasury, whether these are the tour operators, whether these are the airlines, hotel and caterers, Everybody sits on this board. You talk, discuss all the issues what you're asking me, and then this board then makes a decision or suggestions for the entire hospitality sector. If you take this, then you get aligned. We are too scattered. That has to be unified. So it needs a structured tourism board who then overlooks, works, aligns with the entire industry, who does the marketing for the country on the whole, aggressively, as South Africa does, or what is it, Magical Kenya and all this. That's all in a row. And we can do this much better. We just have to be together. We have to be one voice to market Nigeria.
Market Nigeria.
You know,
one voice to market Nigeria.
you know, there's a saying, a Yoruba saying.
Oh, okay. Let me have that.
Which says, however far the stream flows, it will never forget its source.
Wow.
Nigeria should never forget its greatness, because that's the source. We just have to be together.
Wow. We just have to be together. That's very interesting. I mean, it's making a whole lot of sense. So I want us to talk about sustainability, and that will make me talk about Obudu Resort. So South Africa State is investing 18 billion naira, to revive Obudu Resort. I want to ask, what specific federal action would ensure projects like that, are completed, and of course you have sustainability and proper maintenance? What do you think?
Again, it would be energy to start with.
Energy.
Because you want to go green, you need energy. Yes, you try to get away from diesel, might use a bit of gas, go into solar power, reduce your carbon footprint. All this is ongoing. Yes, it needs more reinforcement. Yes, cities, villages, streets can be cleaner. But at the end of the day, it is the seamless supply of power. That makes a difference. That can guarantee you my production lines. That is the line of living, the basics. It's the line of health, wherever you look at. It's the power. You need to have the power, seamless, coming from the grid.
For everything. Power is the major thing. Is the end thing. Yes, I agree with you completely. But I will now want us to move into the youth thing. You are big on youth development.
Yes.
Like you push it. Like advocate for it. so I actually want to ask you, for Nigerian youth, home and abroad, what do you think they can do to be on the same page? We understand that they are not in the same environment. Some in Canada, London, and everywhere scattered all around the world. Here in Nigeria, how can there be a synergy, basically, despite the different environment?
So, the youth is the power. This youth is not the future. It's already a force now. So, in order to do that and to give credibility to the hospitality, we have to create a platform. What we are doing to work with the University of Lagos, Ministry of Education, the bodies like UNICEF, GIZ, many others. We are looking into the development from the base, like kitchen, like service or front office areas. So from the Ministry of Education, there are now the curriculums. 1 to 4 are finished, 5 to 6 are coming. These curriculums, we will talk, agree ourselves, but we also will chat with sources internationally speaking, said have a look to it. Not to do it, not to change it, but to see, that's good. Because if Grace wants to graduate from the Lagos Tourism Hospitality School, and you travel to London and you show a certificate, you want them to say, from the Lagos, good, that's fine, it's a good school. Like Lausanne.
Yeah.
I don't want, so my vision is there. This is Lausanne Hotel School. I want parents to say, you don't have to go to Lausanne. You can do this in Lagos. It's world class. They're teaching, their tools, whatever you do, it will take you places.
I actually wanted to talk about if there's a need for other, major educational platforms that has to do with hospitality. But I mean, you've just put that together. You have just put that together. So let's talk about technology now. I'm going to ask, so how has technology, changed the mindset about exploring abroad, especially for young people seeking experience or exposure?
So, us the elders, if we don't change our mindset to entice the youth, to motivate the youth, that means if we don't understand we have to do AI, we have to do VR, we need to have platforms for gamification, we are not going to succeed because that's the youth. That's all here. Don't have to go anywhere.
Okay.
It's here. I go to conventions the other day, and there was one of the AI gurus talking. I said, great, let me chat and tell him to come over to Nigeria. He said, Carl, you don't have to. You have the best AI companies in Nigeria already, which are being used internationally. Again, not recognized enough. But the digitized training tools are here. The digitized knowledge is here. We just have to make better use of it.
Great, that's it. We just have to. Home abroad, anywhere we are, we just have to. I mean, you have, like I mentioned earlier, you've worked with intercontinental hotels, and now it is continental hotels. So I want you to talk to us about this, your experience working with Continental Hotel, how it has shaped your view about the business, hospitality itself, and migration put together. Like you mentioned, you travel every 3 months, you come back. So how has that, shaped your experience?
So if you work 35 years for a company, your children will tell you you're mad. This loyalty is not really there anymore, but I loved it. It's good. I looked after you. I traveled the world. I did, I think, 14 countries, 20 cities, 4 continents.
Wow.
Whenever I see an airport, I'm happy, and Intercontinental provided it for me. But again, it's a corporation. They have their pros and cons, and so does when you work for a private company as we are now. And having said that, where we are and with Continental Hotels, the ownership we are having, and you might follow the transformation of the Abuja Continental and the Lagos Continental, which is phenomenal. I said, if this ownership would have been there when I was with Intercontinental, I believe the hotel platform in Africa would have been changed to the better. But my mindset, my God, migration, if I don't motivate, people will go. People need to be stimulated, challenged, recognized. Then I'll stay as long as I know that I will be developed further. And as long as I know there is a next step, as a growth plan.
Growth plan.
A youth nowadays, if you don't do this, you lose them within no time.
That's it. I agree with you completely. So let's talk about culture. This is Nigeria. Perhaps, I'm sure you must have been eating amala, wedu, jollof rice, Nigeria jollof. So I just wonder, how do you infuse, Nigeria's culture and heritage into your hotel operations so that guests enjoy something truly authentic? Having that experience in Nigeria, and rather than going elsewhere, they just stay.
You need to highlight that. I mean, we have an amazing Nigerian kitchen. We have amazing Nigerian cooks at the Continental Hotels. So, like anything else, I do like certain foods. I like the goat pepper soup. I like my yam with exos, but fried yam. So I go. Everywhere taste, you have to cook and present to the taste. What I've learned in Nigeria just recently, over the last couple of years, that the actual quality and presentation of Nigerian food. When I go to private events, the huambas, when it's lavish, it's being celebrated, it's brilliant. So I said to my team, and we said, no, we have to do that. We have to look much better. You need to get out of the shaving dish and serve from the farm to the plate the Nigerian way. Because not what we think should be there, Nigeria has got its own quality, its own likes. We bring this, we show. It's absolute showtime. I've seen a couple of events and I just loved it. It's just, you don't stop looking. Food is everywhere great, but it's how you present it. This is what we're doing. We will now explore, going into 2026, our own outdoor catering. But we have to bring this to the table of each and every household in the country. The best of Nigerian food, where you present it the continental way.
That's amazing. Okay, so, I mean, there's no doubt, I would say it again and again, Hala, Karl Hala, it's everything Africa. He's everything Africa. He's Africa. And that, yes, thank you. And that is really integrated into the system where he operates. I love that. I want to ask you, what role do hotel brands like yours play in shaping brand Nigeria? Brand Nigeria, I mean, internationally. I'm talking about the Nigerian brand internationally, especially through guest experience and probably social media. Social media does a lot these days. How do you operate on that, platform as well?
You have to tell a story. You take ownership of the story, because Nigeria has got all the riches, so that's our industry. But Nigeria offers you on a platform the riches of history, cultures. As I said, 250 ethnic groups, the music, the foods, all there. We need to tell it. We have to own it. At the moment, we don't. If you look into other countries, you can go to Egypt or Turkey, wherever. They have a lot of issues themselves, but they own their story. And when they go out, they tell only positive. We need to be the ambassadors.
That's it.
Ourselves, as Nigerians, to tell, we are good. What happens in the house, we sort out ourselves.
Stays in the house.
Not your problem. But we are the best, the greatest. You just come to us and we spoil you rotten. To the best. No, we have to tell this story. The brand Nigeria has to be marketed with pride and dignity. You do that, you need again a very strong, structured National Tourism Board to make sure this story is not just remaining within a hotel brand or any other brand, it is the nation's pride, and it's been communicated globally, marketed globally.
Marketed globally. I agree with you 100%, and you see, for us at Souk News Television, that's our niche, that's our goal, that's what we live for. Positive projection. We speak positive about Nigeria because we see Nigeria beyond what every other person see, and we want to push that narrative out, so that Nigeria is the best. Nigeria can be what we as Nigerians, we can be whatever we want to become anywhere in the world. And of course, you agree with me, we are not doing badly at all, even across the world, everywhere we find ourselves. So while we try to wrap up, I'm just going to ask you, to tell us. I've actually asked you so many questions, but I want you to put it together in your own way. What do you think we need to do to keep Nigerians, in Nigeria, to have this best experience that we are talking about, and to keep, bringing, should I say foreigners now, or other nationals, let me use this word, not say foreigners, other nationals, to ensure that they keep coming. They don't just come once, but they keep coming again and again and again. In your own, how do you want to put this together?
So let me start a different way. There's nothing wrong with Nigerians to travel abroad.
I agree.
But the change has to be, now the Nigerians have to be eager again to come back home, because they don't lack anything. So now, this excellence and quality, yes, we have to work. So we need consistent systems, whether it's my arrival experience, my taxation, whatever, consistent systems. It needs a very strong developed trainings pipeline. So we invest in our people. We invest in the youth. And, we need to tell the story. We have to have our Nigerian story. Greatness, the riches, that has to be there. That when I am proud, and I know Nigerians are very proud of Nigeria.
Very proud. Everywhere we go, we are proud of our country.
Yes. Now we have to tell the story.
Okay.
And the story is, I went to the National Museum the other day, and I'll be honest, I sit on tables, so I tell. I learned. So the Nok were the first one, 600 before Christ. Not many know. There are 2 World Heritage Sites. Not many know. So we need to know our history. There is so much about it. We are working now with the National Museum. We want to create this. We want to do events there. We want to create the knowledge for foreigners to come in, on top of everything else, to do a direct marketing into your head, into you to say, wow, you know what? I went to the National Museum. I saw 600 before Christ. I saw the 7 wonders of Nigeria. They have 2 kingdoms. They did not know. So it has to tell. It has to go around. We can do much better. It's the pride we have to turn now into tangibility. We have to execute and to walk our talk. Take the ownership. We are unbeatable.
To walk our talk. I think that's very key for me, and I'm going to use that as a take-home, So I would have asked you one more question, but trust me, you've put that together. I was about to ask you about the tourism, itself in Nigeria, how you see it, but you have actually mentioned what needs to be done, in that area, and that's very good. While we wrap up, finally, what do you have to say to someone who wants to go into a hospitality business and he wants to start big? How do you want this person to navigate?
Compelling, yeah. So I'll tell you something totally different. I said, you want to have fun? You want to be on stage? You want to be in the same room as the rich and famous? Join hospitality.
Join hospitality. You want to be in the room with the famous, the big, the well-known. Join hospitality. Probably after now, I will come have that conversation with you. Never can tell. It could be a business I'm going to, jump into. All right, thank you so much, Kahala, for coming. We invited you, and you came. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I hope we're going to call you some other time, and you'll be able to come around.
Always a pleasure to be with you.
This time around, it could be something else.
Yes.
Not necessarily hospitality.
We're versatile.
Thank you. He's versatile.
Thank you, Grace.
All right, and that's Across Borders. I'm sure you've been able to pick 1 or 2 away from this edition with Carl Hala. Don't forget, Across Border is that program where we talk about migration-related issues, not just the tick-to-tick, like we've taken you through that of hospitality today. And when next we'll be coming with something also very interesting. I'm sure you are going to like it. Yes, my name is Grace Komolafe, and until next, I see you again. This is Soup News Television. Don't forget to follow us via all our social media platforms at Soup News Television. Do have a great afternoon. Bye for now.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is a attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South-South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, her younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. AES Power Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment, it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their onions, who take the bull by the horn and do what it's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your effort in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors or as history. International trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we mean is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot serve an attention and start well. for crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer. Most of the time, you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers. Is that not true? I'm on the same page. So, but essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Or otherwise just go ahead? And do what they want. Which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are actually that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption actually refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, the point I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
Was able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I would deduct that keeping good record is also as important as not being corrupt. And so this is also things I want some of my colleagues and myself to also learn from. ICPC or EFCC will not be there when we are getting transaction, but it's the document we are going to send to them. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. I hope this will also improve our practice. So thank you. Your statement today has contributed a lot. And we no longer fear ICPC. ICPC is our friend. And I'm sure we'll keep the channel open.
Speaking with Sook News TV, the commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the stand of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens,
have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin to, make people get a buy-in for that to be part of the whole crusade. We'll go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ills of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komolafe, Souk News TV.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souk Enlightenment.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Good day and welcome to the Midday News. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Now let's begin. Nigeria's Naira has recorded its strongest performance of the year, trading at 1,475 Naira to the dollar at the official window and 1,460 Naira at the parallel market, marking a rare conversion between both rates. This rally follows comprehensive reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria under Governor Olayemi Cardoso, which have curbed speculation, improved liquidity, and restored market confidence. The country's external reserves has risen to $43.05 billion, providing over 8 months of import cover and reinforcing investors' trust in Nigeria's foreign exchange management. Cardoso's administration has implemented far-reaching measures such as exchange rate unification, clearance of a $7 billion backlog, and the introduction of the Nigeria Foreign Exchange Code, an electronic foreign exchange matching system. These policies have strengthened compliance, eliminated distortions, and ensured transparency in the market. Analysts attribute the Naira's current stability to stronger fundamentals, reduced speculative trading, and increased foreign portfolio inflows, signaling a deeper structural recovery rather than a short-lived rebound. With growing external reserves, rising diaspora remittances, and renewed foreign investor participation, the CBN's reforms are reshaping Africa's financial landscape. The Naira's resurgence reflects disciplined monetary management and expanding non-oil inflows. Analysts, however, maintain that sustaining the rally would require consistent macroeconomic discipline, increased oil production, and broader export diversification for now. Nigeria's currency stands firmer and more resilient than it has been in years. Africa's richest businessman, Aliko Dangote, has commenced the construction of a $2.5 billion fertilizer plant in Gode, Ethiopia, in partnership with Ethiopian Investment Holdings. The facility, which will produce 3 million metric tons of urea annually, is positioned to become one of the world's largest fertilizer complexes. It will utilize Ethiopia's vast natural gas resources from the Hilal and Kalub fields to boost agriculture, create thousands of jobs, and strengthen food security across the Horn of Africa. Speaking at the groundbreaking, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Hailed, the project was a symbol of progress and unity, stressing its importance in driving industrialization and elevating Ethiopia's global standing. Dangote, in his remarks, commended the government's liberalization policies and infrastructure investments, noting that the partnership marks a new phase in Africa's quest for self-sufficiency. He also announced plans to expand production into other fertilizer types and set up a polypropylene bagging plant to support local manufacturing. Dangote described the project as a milestone in Africa-led industrialization, citing similar achievements in Nigeria, where his group transformed the country into a net exporter of cement, fertilizer, and petroleum products. He expressed confidence that Ethiopia could emerge in Africa's leading agricultural economy within 5 years, supported by strong investor confidence and regional collaboration. Cooking gas prices across Lagos, Ogun, and other southwest states have remained elevated despite the suspension of the strike by the Petroleum and National Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. Consumers lamented persistent scarcity and high prices ranging between 1,300 and 1,600 naira per kilogram, compared to less than 1,000 naira before the strike. Many gas stations have reportedly run out of supply, with long queues forming at outlets still dispensing liquefied petroleum gas. The national president of the National Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers, Olatubosun Oladapo, attributed the shortage to disruptions caused by maintenance activities at the Dangote refinery and the Pengassan strike, which delayed vessel movements and gas distribution. He stated the supply has now resumed, with Dangote issuing pro forma invoices and restarting product trucking. The association expects supply to normalize within a few days as terminals clear accumulated backlogs. Energy analysts, however, said the 3-week halt in Dangote's operations created a vacuum that fueled panic buying and sharp price increases. With Dangote now selling at 810 naira per kilogram and other depots pricing between 910 naira and 920 naira respectively, retailers have continued to exploit market uncertainty. Marketers project that consistent depot operations and resumed distribution will ease the scarcity and stabilize prices within 1 to 2 weeks, urging consumers to remain patient. Vietnam's footwear exports to the United States fell by 27% in September to $611 million, the steepest sectorial decline since Washington's tariff measures took effect, according to new customs data. The slump highlights the growing toll of trade tensions on Vietnam's export-dependent economy, which has long relied on the United States as its largest market for textiles, footwear, and electronics. Textile exports also declined by 20%, while shipments of phones and components fell by 24.38% during the month. Despite these steep drops, Vietnam's overall exports to the United States slipped only 1.5% to $13.7 billion, cushioned by stronger coffee and machinery sales. The diversification into higher value goods helped offset some of the tariff-related losses in consumer manufacturing. Trade analysts say the sharp decline underscores the need for Vietnam to accelerate market diversification and reduce exposure to tariff-sensitive sectors. The new tariffs has disrupted supply chains and pressured factory output, raising concerns about potential job losses in export-driven industries. Authorities are expected to engage in trade consultations to stabilize shipments and safeguard industrial growth amid escalating global trade frictions. The United Kingdom government has unveiled a plan to overhaul its home buying system to reduce transaction delays and prevent last-minute deal collapses. Under the proposed reforms, home sellers and estate agents will be required to provide essential property details upfront, including structural conditions, leasehold costs, and the status of related sales chains. Authorities say the new framework will make transactions faster, more transparent, and cheaper for first-time buyers. The current process, often criticized for its complexity and lengthy timelines, has long frustrated home buyers who face unexpected costs or deal cancellations late in negotiations. By mandating early disclosure, the government aims to eliminate uncertainties that frequently derail property purchases. Officials estimate that the reform could save buyers hundreds of pounds in administrative and legal fees, strengthening public confidence in the housing market. Analysts describe the initiative as a significant step toward improving market efficiency and boosting housing sales amid a slowing property sector. The move aligns with broader efforts to stimulate home ownership and restore investor confidence in the real estate industry. Industry experts expect that once implemented, the reforms could shorten average transaction times and improve affordability for new entrants to the housing market. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SupNews TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Jus Africa. Stay with us.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere. Gutter, road, market. But with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment, it's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Ubushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and Asia's customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for Souk News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training COTVET have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
Hello and welcome to Jus Africa, the show where we explore forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Education is the foundation of any thriving society. It shapes its mind, builds nations, and defines values. But across Africa, the question remains, are we teaching for today or preparing for tomorrow? Now, in an age of rapid change from technology to shifting cultural values, the roles of education goes beyond the classrooms. It's about nurturing leadership, integrity, and innovation that can move Africa forward. This is Jus Africa, reaching you live from Lagos, our studios. I am Olumide Shokoya. I have my co-anchor here, Omevi Idoma. So glad to have you on Jus Africa. Happy New Week.
Yeah, Happy New Week to you, Olumide. You look sharp.
Thanks.
Yes. Good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you wherever you watch from across the globe. Welcome to Jus Africa. I am Omevi Idoma.
Yes. I asked a question, a very pertaining question. Are we teaching for today or preparing for tomorrow?
Well, I don't just want to use the Nigerian system of education I don't want to use it to judge every other country in Africa, but if I were, I'll say, okay, to some extent, we are actually preparing, or the Nigerian curriculum has done so much in preparing the younger ones for tomorrow. At some point, the question is it the classroom preparation or the practical preparation? Because if you remember, one of our guests said something, so most times it is not what you teach in classrooms that you see when you come out of the classroom.
True.
They are different ball games entirely. Sometimes some of the things we teach in the classes are not, you can never practicalize them. It doesn't work that way. So for me, education has gone beyond certificates. It has gone beyond the four walls of a classroom. It has gone far, far beyond that. Now we're talking about creativity. Now we're talking about skills. We're talking about so many things. And you cannot just achieve education without preparing the people for the role of leadership. So when you are teaching them how to acquire certificates, how to acquire skills, how to acquire those things, you must also prepare your minds for leadership. When you come out of school, how do you go about things? How do you handle things? So you can see that the learning process is very, very long. It is not just the government says, add this to the curriculum, review this. It is now more than that. Now, after learning, after the education, after acquiring the leadership, you now need a value that ties everything together. Because a person who is not disciplined, no matter how talented you are, Olumide, you agree with me that the person won't go far in life, because discipline is required in everything you do. And discipline is not something you are taught in the classroom.
Yes.
It is a habit. It is part of the value we're talking about, and see how you can teach yourself, and some other morals, some other things that you put into yourself for you to achieve the goal. So for me, education is not just the certificate thing. It is far, far more than that.
It's an impactful...
You understand? So very, very impactful a thing that we must say. You know, people cannot buy certificates these days. You can just be in the comfort of your house and you say you've done one online course, and you just, and what do you just do? You just pay and that's it. But someone who has the practical skills, that, like this person has practiced this, so when the person comes out, and I think it's high time our society stopped looking at school as the four walls you see with a board and all that. There's a lot to learn though.
All right, now the challenge for Africa isn't just getting children into classrooms. It is ensuring that those classrooms are building the kind of leaders, innovators, and citizens our future requires. We need education to be a triple threat, delivering knowledge, fostering leadership, and instilling core values. We'll go on a short break. We have a guest on standby virtually who's going to dissect this broad topic. We'll go on a break, and when we come back, we'll continue. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Today's topic is Teaching Tomorrow, Building Africa's Future Through Education, Leadership and Values. Now, joining us to dissect this critical intersection is Adeleye Oluwadamilola Michael, who brings a unique perspective as both an experienced educationist and the director of Are Consultancy Services. So glad to have you this afternoon on Just Africa. Adeleye. Can you please unmute your mic, Adeleye Michael?
Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here. It's my pleasure.
All right, thank you very much. Now, as both an educationist and a director and a consultant, you see the system from the inside. So what would you say is the biggest weakness in Africa's current education system that holds back, bringing strong ethical leadership?
Okay. Well, first thing I would say is the fixed-minded concept. When I mean fixed-minded concept, we tend to, in Africa, we see change as something that is difficult to do. We see change as something that we are always too comfortable with the position at which we are. So we find change as a pain, as something which as something which we should not go through. So the first thing is a fixed mind of we Africans. We should understand that as the world evolves, so education evolves, so as well technology evolves, so as well every other thing evolves. So we need to also change our minds, channel our energy, and as well open our eyes to the changes that are coming our way, and find a way at which we can suit in ourselves, our style, our methodology into that change itself.
All right, thank you very much, Adeleye. Now, earlier on, I asked a question. Are we teaching for today or preparing for tomorrow? Can you go ahead and answer this question if you have any thoughts on it?
Well, teaching for today and teaching for tomorrow. Teaching for tomorrow is more of talking about legacy and posterity. Teaching for today is just, but teaching for today is just, how do I put it, feeding them what they are expected in the, let me put the word, in their immediate environment. I see teaching for tomorrow as you preparing them for years to come, in placing them in an environment to know when it will come, but they will be fit mentally for such environment. Well, for me, I see this as teaching for, I see teaching presently as teaching for today. Let me use that. I see it as teaching for today because there are a lot of things we still need to put in place for us to be in the position of teaching for the future.
All right, thank you very much. And I am glad we're having this conversation right now because in Nigeria, we're actually celebrating teachers. We did that yesterday, so today some schools are observing it for their teachers. Now, my question, we have seen recently that education these days is more of a competition than collaboration. We see competitions here and there. My school does this, the teachers are doing this or doing that. Where did that concept really come from? How are they preparing the pupils, the students? Are they preparing them for a collaboration? Because we have seen other countries, other continents, where students in class, they are involved in group work, they are involved in some practical work, you see them doing things together. But that doesn't really happen so much with our educational system here. What could be responsible for this level of competition instead of collaboration?
Well, that is basically in the private sector, and that's because the private sector sees education as a business venture, And when it comes to business, we always look at every means at which to pitch our competitors. So hence, the standard. I always say something to school owners. I will say it's either you pick the standard over profits, or you pick profits over standard. At some point, you would not be able to have the two of them. So when you are picking the standard, that means you are ready to imbibe the moral and the right educational knowledge the students need for now and the future. But when you are picking the profit, it means you are only seeing your present environment. And why picking the profit is when we now see schools getting to employ teachers, not because of their competency, not because of their mental adequacy, but rather because you just want somebody to fill in that space, to fill in that classroom, to fill in that subject as a custodian of that subject, not because the person is fully competent enough to teach that subject. That is the profit part of it. Then for the collaboration, well, thank God that this day now, we now understand that the 21st century is student-centered. So in the schemes we have today, it is always written there. One of the methods at which you used to teach students is collaborative method, where we have a classroom at which the students are grouped in pairs. They are placed in pairs, they are placed in groups, and what is happening there is that it's going to be an interactive class where students' ideas are collected, are used as well. So it is more like student-centered. And when we have a student-centered kind of education system, then it encourages collaboration, and it encourages collaboration between students. So.
Okay. You said that it happens mostly in the private sectors, like the private schools. So are you saying that in government institutions across Nigeria and Africa at large, you think there is so much collaboration between students in the higher institution and maybe secondary schools? Is there really collaboration? Because we see little of them, since we do more of theoretical work than practical. Do you think that government institutions are doing so much on collaboration?
Now, the collaboration you're talking about is a link between the higher institution students and the secondary school students. Am I right?
No, what I'm saying is, do we see students in government institutions, maybe in higher institutions, or secondary, do we see them collaborating, working together to achieve a goal in government institutions?
Yes, yes, yes. We've seen students in form of science classes where they have club and societies. One example of club and societies is talking about Jet Club. We've seen students collaborate together in order to achieve a goal, which could be, for example, I have witnessed in the government school where we have science students from different classes, SS1, 2, 3, in a club, Jet Club, and their goal was to actually build a robot. And successfully, they did that. They were able to build a robot that was wired, had light in it, could actually speak because it was programmed, could actually speak what has been programmed in it. So that is achievable. It is, even in the government and school as well, within students.
All right, thank you very much for that question. Now, how can we move beyond teaching, for just exam? Because if you look at it these days, students just want to study for exam. That's why they end up cramming. So how can we move beyond just studying for exams and move on to accountability, credibility, and unity in our classrooms?
Well, we can achieve that by letting them on this. Okay, one thing is, students believe that them coming to school, they've come to learn, but they believe that the end product of that learning is evaluation in terms of test and exam. Many of them don't see beyond that what they are being taught in the classroom would be important in their day-to-day living, that is their day-to-day life. So one thing we need to understand is to let these students understand that the teaching goes beyond reading for exam, goes beyond the exam you're writing. It goes as far as impacting in who you would be in the nearest future. It goes as far as impacting in you, and the end result determines the kind of society we find out. The end result determines the kind of society we find ourselves. That is why there is a particular topic in civic education that emphasizes on values. That topic emphasizes on value and gives different type of values like honesty, selflessness, justice, equity, equality, and others. So imbibing these values in the students and letting them understand that they need to practice these values goes beyond just exams. Rather, it reflects in their immediate life, in their day-to-day life, and as well in the community and the society as large.
Okay, so I want to ask now, you talking about examinations, do you think that right now, if exams and tests were removed from the school activities like that within a year, do you think the Africa system of education will do better, or the students will drop?
If exams and tests are removed from the school, let me use the word, from the school
curriculum,
or do I think the Africa setting will drop? Is that the question?
Yes. Will the students do better? Because we were asking if our students are reading just to pass, or they are actually acquiring knowledge.
Okay. Yes. Now, I get that. You see, let me start with what's the purpose of exam and test? The major purpose of exam and test is to be sure that knowledge has been transmitted. Is to be certain that the knowledge that you discharged is well understood and comprehended by the students you are teaching. That is it. So, removing, and sometimes to me, I do say that at times, first is not, to some extent, not even a standard test, standard measure rather, of knowledge to some extent. Now, if we remove test and exam in the African setting, there are other ways at which we can use to measure and be certain that knowledge has been transmitted.
All right, thank you very much. Now, if you look at education budgets, UNICEF has its own, UNESCO has its own approved budget for each country, but oftentimes we've said that our education budget is below or is not up to par. So some experts have even recommended partnerships with the private sector, so that we can have quality laboratories, quality classrooms equipped with technological instruments. So what kinds of partnership or collaboration do you think can help schools get better infrastructure and technology to prepare students for today's job market?
Now, if you're talking about the school, please, are we talking about the private sector or the government sector or the both?
Government sector or both, but specifically government sector, because they are underfunded, unlike the private sector.
Okay. When we talk about funding of the private sector, basically the funding of the private sector comes from the fees that is charged. That is where the major funding comes from. But for government, we can always, as you said, we have international bodies who are basically established for education purpose, like UNICEF, UNESCO, and even there, apart from these educational bodies, we have non-governmental organizations. So much attention to education, and we can always reach out to these non-governmental organizations in as much as we are certain that what we are requesting for will be used adequately for what we request for. The effectiveness and efficient use of these resources, it is very, very important.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you very much. One last question. If you look at education in Nigeria today, teachers are the foundation of any education in any society, but yet they are underpaid and undervalued. So what can be done? What more can be done? Beyond salaries, what can be done to better support them and motivate them? Let's start from there.
Thank you very much. See, this thing you asked, sir, was what I had in a webinar yesterday. You see, one thing is, apart from salary, incentives goes a long way. We can have incentives. We have welfare packages. I wouldn't really say much of the government sector because I'm not really too good with that in terms of HMO, that is health insurance. But I know that most private don't put that facility on ground. That is health insurance. And most private don't have incentives. You could have year tutor incentive. You could have end of the year incentive, Christmas bonuses, New Year. If there are Muslims, Eid Maulud, during Eid Maulud period, if it might not be in terms of money, probably in terms of foodstuffs, which serves as a welfare package for them to relieve. In terms of Christmas, probably it is packages, maybe rice, I don't know, oil and every other thing. So the welfareism and as well incentives goes a long way to boost the morale of teacher. Another thing again is positive reinforcement. That is motivation. There are times at which teachers might want to give up as a result of his remuneration. But good words and motivations you get from management team or from the owners serves as another boost for them. You know, incentives, welfareism, welfareism in terms of packages, incentives in terms of extra tips, and HMO, very important. Health insurance too is very important because the teacher knows that after he must have passionately do everything in class and he has any little issues with his health, there is an insurance to cover that his health challenge. Hence, he would always go extra mile towards to deliver his content and to deliver in his profession.
All right, thank you very much. And I want to ask, in a continent where leadership is linked to power, in Nigeria, Africa, the moment you call yourself a leader or the moment some persons come into the role of leadership, you see their power, you see they change a whole lot. So children that are being raised these days, they've come to understand that as well, that for you to have a voice in the society, you must have the power. Therefore, for you to become have that kind of power, you must fight to be a leader. How do we prepare students in secondary school, primary, secondary, even in the tertiary institutions? How do we prepare the mind that leadership does not necessarily have to be with power, but it is a responsibility to serve? How do you prepare their minds?
Yeah, we do that, and that is done. That's why we have something we call extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities are activities that are done, you know, not basically the academics activities, let me use that language so as well, but not only academics. It involves morals, it involves intellectual skills. Examples of extracurricular activities are the club and societies, and sometimes we always have seminars and workshops that has to deal with health, leadership roles, and many more. During these extracurricular activities is where we talk about, sometimes we preach, there's another thing we have to is career talk. You see, when it comes to leadership, I always say that sometimes you don't know the true test of a man until when that man acquires power or takes power. Then you get to see the inner, the real, let me use the word, the real person he is. But for the secondary level, we start by, that is why we have people, that's why we have those we call the prefect. But we even start from the class. We appoint class monitors, class prefect, who happens to be the intermediary within the class teacher and the students. From there, you get to see the attitude of such person in terms of, some of them use that position to bully their colleagues. So when you see such acts, you need to call that person into what? Into correction, letting he or she understand that power is not a means to retaliate. Power is not a means to bully. Power is not a means to show superiority. Power is actually, leadership is a means to what? To be compassionate. Leadership is a means for you to be what? To be selfless. You understand? So we start by first workshops. They are not too young for seminar. How to what? Develop their leadership skills, the roles of leaders. Now to their institution too as well, it advanced. We have the student union government, we have the departmental president, we have the faculty president, and others. We also need to organize workshops, as I've said earlier, endless workshops, letting them understand why they are in power, letting them understand the main reason, the main purpose of what? Being in a leadership position. And letting them understand that leadership position can be acquired even without the, how do I put it, the torso, the power, as you said earlier. It is something that can be democratically given to you if you have that trait in you. If you exhibit such traits, you could be given such position.
Okay, thank you very much for your insights. A little bit to values, which you talked about earlier on, teaching the student integrity, all the morals, equity, equality, and the likes. Now, most schools these days, during external examinations, most of the time, they help their students. They call some of these centers special centers.
Special centers.
The children see what these teachers are doing. They know the teachers are the ones giving them the answers. And the teacher wants to come back and teach another student integrity. You want to teach the child morals. How do you reconcile that conflict? The teacher may see it as help, or we're trying to build the name of our school, but the child is actually looking at you from a different perspective. Because recently it happened and a child was like, they're even helping us in this school, so why should I read? So how do you reconcile that? How do you teach a child morals and the teacher himself or herself are going against what they teach?
Okay. Why I'm smiling is because what you just asked has eaten deep into the education system and has really, really affected the education system. It has affected in the sense that it has brought down the morale of students who are even willing to read. It has reduced the seriousness and the zealousness of students in reading because they have it at the back of their mind that one way, somehow, there's a language they call it, they say manna will fall when the exam starts. So, see, teachers need to understand that education and discipline goes hand in hand. You understand? And there's a saying that says respect is reciprocal. You can't give what you don't have. This statement means if you are found where is wrong, you will find it difficult to correct others when you find them where it is also what's wrong. You understand? I feel, to me, thank God for the introduction now of CBE, that is computer-based examination. This would actually help to curb, if not even eradicate, examination malpractice. It would help to curb and eradicate examination malpractice. It would therefore at least instill back the major reasons. It will therefore instill back the fear of external examinations. I remember those days when every year we want to have an external examination. The kind of seriousness, in fact, we burn midnight candles. You get Nescafe, you get this, because you have this fear like, wow, you are going to face it. I remember that language, God, we want to face Almighty Waek, Almighty Neku, Almighty this, Almighty that. You understand? But the idea of that fear of Almighty whatever has left. Now, one thing I would say, they need to really stop. They really need to stop because it is actually it's a dent on the integrity of the teaching profession. It makes it very difficult for other teachers who are not involved in such to correct students and to put them in the right path because students see them as you do too much. Zeolin, after all, other people that are doing it, Mr. Righteous, Mr. This, and they don't tend to understand that you are doing that are actually teaching them the right value they need for them to survive in life, which is what? Honesty. You understand? So, teachers that are involved in it really need to stop. You need to stop so that they stop denting the integrity of the teaching profession and reducing other teachers who don't involve in it.
All right, thank you very much. You touched something that I was about to move on to, which is CBT, computer-based test. And you said that it should eradicate examinational malpractice. Now, if you look at what happened some months back when Joint Admission and Matriculation Board organized their regular UTME examinations with CBT, and there was mass failure. Even Professor Ishak Oloyede had to apologize for this, what they termed an error. So my first question, do you think this had to do with error or lack of education. Now, second question is, as technology, because this is technology, as technology changes learning, how can we now help experienced teachers embrace these digital tools? Because these students said they were not trained. So how can we help teachers embrace these digital tools and AI, to rather than make them feel threatened by them?
Okay. Let me answer the first question. He said, was it an error or lack of education?
Yes.
It's computer. I want to be so diplomatic with my with my response. So I'm trying to place it very well. We understand it's technology and it's bound to happen. Errors are bound to happen. But I feel to some extent, probably the examiners, many of them are not really exposed to the use of computer. Because that should be another reason for the mass failure. And probably another thing which could be another reason is the readiness of the examiners. The readiness of the examiners too is another factor that accounts to that mass failure. For the second question, you said digital tools. Before then, let me say this. I said it earlier. Teachers need to understand that change is constant. Change is something that we need to embrace. As teachers, we need to learn, unlearn,